You're right. How's my painting going? Yeah, right. I haven't painted since last Sunday. I haven't had time to. So you know just as much as I have. Iron Keep. Alright, what do we... I think I've been feeling a bit brain dead lately. What's the point in this zone? Visions of lava, ensure good luck. Oh, okay. Nothing. Oh, there's an item there, but lava. Is there like... Do we walk on the bridge? I bet the bridge triggers something. Oh, hi, buddy. Okay. Is there a dragon? Expecting? I'm just a girl trying to find a place in this world. How are you meant to... Oh. I bet that's a... I wonder if that's worth it. I really do. You don't like your pencil much, but you do like how it's skinny. Yeah, I personally think I like the straight designs when it comes to a pen. Oh, do I try it now? I might as well. What's the worst that can happen? I'm gonna see how much damage I take when I walk on this one. Oh, because it gets a little slippery. Understandable. Oh my gosh. You burned so fast. I mean, sometimes I get that with this one, but it's not glossy. It's like, it's an aluminium, like brushed aluminium fill, so it's not too bad. Yeah, I ain't getting this back. That was also not worth it for me. It was not worth it. Oh, this goes back. Yeah. Suffering to returns. Well, I'm not running down that until I get like a ring or something. Okay, let's put my headset on properly so it stops sliding off. Alright, we are immersed. What did I get? Is it good against fire? It is better. But it is heavy. Damn it. Am I gonna play DS3? No, actually. So I'm wanting to play the new DLC for Elden Ring. Or I'll look at some other Souls-likes in between. I have a few options. Like, I haven't looked at Wolong yet. I haven't looked at Ronin, which is a new one. I don't know if that one's any good. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't looked into it, but I'll look into it. So I have a few options. But for now, we are focusing on Dark Souls 2, and this would probably take me another month or so. I think Wolong is hard. Maybe we'll draw it out. You heard it's mid? Yeah, I haven't looked into it. I don't think it's got stellar reviews. But who knows? I just haven't looked at any reviews for it yet. I'll have a look. See how it is. I'm sure it's playable. I think, you know what I realized? I've totally forgotten. As a Souls-like game that I played. I've totally forgotten about Surge 2. I feel like as long as it's better than Surge 2 or Code Vein, like that, then it will be fine. Oh. Another one here. These guys are kind of, like, they blend into the background a bit. sure there's a way to turn off that flame. Or is it just permanently like that? No, it does switch off. It switches off, but I don't think it gives you time. Oh my god, this game is... See how BS this game is? They're like, here, you want to touch it, but you can't. Go on, I dare you. You have the urge to play Smite tonight? Oh, I understand that feeling. I really do. Got the what gesture? Oh. I don't know why, but this looks terrifying. That's not that's not comfortable. Oh, you're watching Lorraine play. Yeah, that'll get you. Yeah, I'm Divane. Who else? Hogwarts. Oh, hey, Bigfoot. I need to say hi. Sorry, hi. Hogwarts is really gone to shit. What? The game? What's incense? These look better than what I'm wearing. Am I crazy? And they're quite light. I'll have a look. You really gotta check and leave. What are these? Hello carving. Oh, are these important? I'm not playing Harry Potter. This is not Harry Potter. No, is that what you think I'm playing? Those games look quite different. I struggled in Hogwarts. I'm glad you liked its stores. I did not. That game made me fall asleep so many times. It was like, it was boring. I don't know. Is all I can say. I just kept falling asleep. You think I'm a Slytherin? Wow, interesting. Oh, they did not look better. I didn't feel like a wizard. No, I feel like the first part of the game felt great, amazing. But then when I started to play like the missions and talking to characters, that's where I lost it. Because it was like everyone was such ramblers for no reason, and they all talked the same way, like they were the same personality. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not a Slytherin. I always either get put in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, but Ravenclaw, like, more recently. But in my mind, I think I'm Hufflepuff. And this is when I think about, like, all the Gen Zers being like, millennials only care about what house they're in. Yeah. I know, I have like a scarf and a jacket that is Hufflepuff, so I'm like, no, I'm Hufflepuff. I don't care what people say. Very well. No pressure. Oh, because I'm nonchalant. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, interesting. Is a Slytherin nonchalant? I'm hearing noises. Oh, one of these. Try rolling and then fire. That's not. Ooh, there is an illusionary wall ahead. My house is I took the test, then excited when it said I need to put in my email. I did the Pottermore. Okay, so when I did the Pottermore test when it first opened up, remember when Pottermore was a thing, I was put into Hufflepuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I was disappointed. I wanted to be put into Gryffindor. And the way that Pottermore worked... Go slow for this one. I don't understand what's going on. What is with this trebuchet? Is there someone that's gonna show up behind me? I feel like it's a trap, bro! That's a fire arrow. Is that it? Spam A on wall. There's no... Is that it? Oh, there's another one here. But yeah, I was sad that I was... Ooh, hello. Hufflepuff. And then I accepted it. But then every other test I did afterwards told me I was in Ravenclaw and I was upset. Because that just wasn't what I was brought up to be. Oh man, these ghost things scare the hell out of me. They've gone around in a circle. Enemy ahead. Yeah? Am I gonna get Dragon Dogma 2? No. It's not a type of game I would play. Yeah, that's how I was brought up. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got a key. Very important. You like doing the room and requirement stuff? Okay, so the thing about the Hogwarts game, I didn't end up streaming it because I didn't want to deal with the politics around it at all. I thought the gameplay and the game mechanics were fun. I hated the story, the NPCs, and the dialoguing. So that's just kind of how I felt about the game. It's like there was a good game, but the writing was terrible, and I could barely handle it. I said Devil May Cry was shit, did I? Why is there another one? Guys, does this thing spawn every time? Oh my lord. The NPCs had no personality. Oh, I lost all my souls. Instead of having multiple voices, they pitched up and down all the character lines. Yeah, they all felt like they spoke the same way. They had the similar type of word patterns. And the story made no sense. Anyways. That's all it is. But it was enough to make me feel like the game was a 5 out of 10 for me. It was just not solid at all. I just felt like the two teams... So why did they... I mean, this one was quite hard to verse. Does it spawn again? There it is, okay. Man, this guy's hard. Did I like HFW story? What's the HFW story? Trying to think what has... Oh, Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah, I think so. I liked it. Ow! Can never seem to get in. Not on, no, not on that one. I'm on the clock app. Wait, where did my... Oh god, I thought I lost my sword. The game really would do that. Who thinks Horizon Forbidden West is bad? I think it's a good game. There's not a lot to pick off it. The thing that I pick off on Horizon Forbidden West is the way they do the, if you were to upgrade your armor or upgrade your weapons, it's too grindy for no reason. I hated that bit. But the game itself I really liked. It was a rehash of part 1. What do you want? It was more or less the same game, but, you know, better. They improved on a few things, and it was more of the, like, the same game. Aloy's a very flat character for you. Fair enough. I don't mind her as a character. She's... I don't know how to describe her. Like, I think I get her as a person, but I understand it when people say she's a bit flat. Look at God of War Ragnarok. God of War is a very good game. That one, highly recommend if you like story. Not to mention it was woke. I didn't mind it. I picked it up immediately. I'm fine with people being gay. I don't think it ruined the story. I don't think it ruined the character. I don't know, in my head, I feel like people are more fluid in general anyway. So it's not like me sitting here being like, oh no, they made her gay. I'm just like, Oh dear. Oh my gosh. There, sucks a bit. And I did like, I already forgot her name. Seika, was it? I liked her. I liked that character. And the thing is, they made her, like, whoever she was cloned from, like her quote-unquote mum, like, she was gay. She had a gay relationship. So I don't think it was wild to make Aloy, like, be queer at all. Yeah, I feel like Seika was a good character, and I didn't mind that she was a love interest. Besides, you can make it, like, at a, you know, I don't know. It was a choice anyway. This area sucks, man. I remember when she got, like at the start of the second game, there was the king or whatever who voiced their interest in Aloy, and I was like, oh hell no. That man ain't for you. I feel like I like Seika enough as a character for it to not bother me. Oh, see, they do come out of the works. I thought there was another. No. Man, these things are just... Hey, keep on coming. How much do I need to level up now? I have 1100. That's alright. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Or night, or whatever it is. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know why, but I don't like running around with this many souls. I think I need more to level up now, though. This area sucks a bit. I don't even think I got to the sucky bit. I just feel like it's gonna suck. Can I bring that merchant up there back to here? Okay, so I need 1400. 1500 almost. I think I needed one more in adaptability. Where am I now? Oh no, I'm at 100. Where is Shopman? There. Right there. I don't even know what it's meant to be. Oh my gosh, that was so many. Oh no. I'm gonna need more. I already showed you. It's over there. Alright. Endurance we need. Can you sell stuff? My controller's not feeling great. Oh, I don't think you can sell. Can you? That says buy item.
Always open for business. Okay.
Imagine if my controller breaks. I would be so annoyed.
Thanks very much. Do come again.
Are you still playing Dragon's Dogma? Is that the game that you said that crashed? Alright. It is new. I feel like the state of games now, you're almost expected to have a game crash at least once if you get a brand new game. I haven't looked into the microtransaction stuff, right? But I do not like the precedent that it sets. I just don't like the thought that it's like, hey, if you just want this thing, you can just pay money for it. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things, like say if this game had microtransactions in it. You can play through the whole thing without ever spending a cent on it. I get it. But I think it's just the thought of it. I don't know. That's what I mean. It's the thought of it. There's someone that comes from here. There they are. Hey, Bartman. I'll read a few reviews or something, because I want to know what is actually... what you, is, like, what you actually pay for. Use. Yeah. You know, that didn't do as much as I was hoping it would. I thought it would have been a one-shot. It doesn't make running this way any better. Ooh, ow. Hey, buddy. I think I am over-leveled for this area. I think that's why it does more damage. Oh, I vaguely remember this area. I spent a lot of time in this zone. Ow! What can I stand behind that won't hurt me? Nothing. Okay, stop whacking. Ooh, the lever. Ooh, the lever. Ow! Okay. I don't even know what the lever did. Ah! This feels so familiar. Oh, that goes down a fair bit. Okay. Wait, you needed that key for this. No. No, you don't. That is just fire. Okay. That's cool. Ow. Is it crispy? I don't think I changed my... Oh! I think it is crispy. I didn't change my audio settings. I changed it back. No, it is crispy. I don't know if that's just the effects. Because it's meant to be fire. I could turn the audio down. It might be a bit too loud. Okay. Ow! Ow! I'm sandwiched. I am a sandwich. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. This game is unfair. In what world is this fair? Oh. What in the world was that? Iron, keep my butt. Did you dye your hair? No, my hair. I didn't do anything to my hair. She's getting longer. It's growing. Do you know if you hit two-hand your weapon, it does more damage? Was I not? I was. I must have hit a button. Where are the enemies? Why are they not coming out of the works? For the past 20 minutes, no? Oh, unfortunate. They despawn if you die too much. Oh, we haven't done it 10 times yet, though. But at least they despawn eventually, huh? Eventually. Hmm? Yeah, there's the other one. Oh, and there's the other one. Great. You mind taking turns, maybe? We'll get through it eventually. Surely this one will despawn soon. I feel like I'm nearing the 10th time for that guy. Get that one back. Okay, dealing with two, not fun. Let's run out first. Oh, there's 3. That's what we want. 3. I haven't had popcorn in ages. I haven't got a popcorn emote. Hmm. Do we want to add it to the list? I really come out of the works. What? What's my character doing? Oh, another one. Cool. You've been div fluent since we last spoke about hair. On what specifically? You brush your hair before showers. It's a good tip. And I got that from like a trashy show. I was like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. Why wouldn't you brush your hair before showering? It makes it like much less knotty and easier to deal with afterwards. Is there a... And it's rotating this too. Is it burn elsewhere? Wouldn't your hair get knotty when you shampoo? Well, just try to shampoo it. Like, this is what I do. Get diffluenced again from me. When I shampoo, I do try to shampoo it in a way that doesn't, like... You know, I do it like this. And I don't try to, like... I don't do this. Which is what I would have done when I was younger. You can shampoo it in a way where it doesn't get knotty. Or as knotty. And I get some people also, when they wash their hair, like brushing in the shower. Oh. But yeah, it could be damaging. But at least the knots would be less intense if you brush it beforehand. Hey, buddy. What the hell? What is with these electric swords? It's gotta be a bonfire in here somewhere. Is it this door? It's not open from this side, okay. Understood. Maybe it was the other side. And this is after the boss. Stop swinging. Okay. Metal chest. Mimics. No, I haven't done the smelter thingo. So I'm not really meant to be here then. Too far. You've gone too far. Okay, I guess we walk down this bit. So I've gone up there. This bit... Am I meant to be on the left there? Yeah, I know. Oh wait, I already have. Okay, lovely. Can I run back? So I've dropped this bridge. Oh my gosh, they really just come through, jump to the item. Not now. We'll do it later. Ignore guy on right? Oh, okay. Oh, we made mistakes. Oh wait, this is the boss. Oh no. I walked in here with so many soul. Why did I think this was gonna be the bonfire? Well, he just made himself angrier. Oh, that's cool. Oh, he's got a flaming sword now. I'm gonna check the audio. Hmm. Is there really no other... After the boss? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the audio is really like that. That's weird. It's just crunchy. It's like, that explosion that I commented on in one of the earlier areas. I was like, man, that explosion is so crunchy. Like, super compressed. Am I meant to just clean these out every time? I don't know. I'm sure I can run through, right? But I still have to deal with the one... Yeah. Okay. Leave me alone. Why are we not entering the mist? Okay, I guess you just have to deal with them. What is that sound? I know, I knew I was gonna lose them. Oh well. I wish I knew it was the boss, even though there was like... Is it loud or something? What is wrong with the audio in this game? I didn't touch anything! What the hell? Okay. That was so weird. When was this game made? And why was it? Is it bugged? Yeah, coming out. And she went in. No, I gave up. I forgot about thinking about all the souls I had to lose. Because otherwise, I would have been playing very carefully and been very devastated when I lost them. No, come on. Don't shoot at me. Oh, there's another one. Ugh. How dare I pick up these leggings? I have too many of them now. Oh, their aggression's so high. Like, they're on the other side of the map. They run from the other side. Ow. I know, they're so fast too. I have nothing left. Oh my gosh. No, keep running. Eventually. We'll get through it. And this guy is still spawning. If they didn't run from so far out. This area would be easier to manage. How's my weekend going? Did you see the Discord? I need a longer weekend. That's how it's going. Be more specific. Not much. Today I woke up, I played Smite 2, and then I went to the groceries. And then I was like, alright, time to relax. And then I remembered my tablet was acting up. So I went to go troubleshoot that. And then I learned I need a new pen. And pens go for $140. And so I went to the shops to buy a new pen. Now I have nothing to lose. The thing is, if I was to go full sprinting, it doesn't let me into the mist. Is what I've learned. Because I've tried that. Oh no, the pen was in stock. Who the hell's buying the pens? No one, except me! Except the weirdo! The little for sale sticker, fading. Fading away. There sadly isn't really a lot of alternatives though for me. I was kind of stuck with the one. Do you think you're the only one? I do. I think I'm the only one. Only one who uses Microsoft Surface pens. I think that's a wild thing to think of, to be honest. There's not that many people that have them. Oh my gosh. I am trying to run so I can heal. Oh, really? Well, just me. But I had to buy a new one. And then later I thought my XP tablet stopped working. It didn't, I was just stupid. I was using the wrong pen. What, that hit me? Oh my gosh. Yeah, how much should you pay? Okay. I think they're always around the same price. I don't think they ever really change. Oh shoot. Hmm. 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 Did you get this one? The thick one, or did you have a slim one? I think all night it's just gonna be me fighting these knights and then doing that boss. Yeah, the thick one. I don't think my tablet accepts the thin one. I know, they are. I've been tempted, but you know, money. It's like, it's a maybe. That might be what I get when I retire this one. The thing wouldn't register. Really? Oh. I've never had issues with that. Not with registering. So where it stopped working for me was that it was like, it was acting as though it was always pressed. Like you're always left clicking with the pen. It was really annoying. It wasn't, like, it just wasn't working. It wasn't. It was almost unusable. When you write a whole sentence, sometimes the letters will be missing. Oh, that sounds like a software thing. Are you, like, using the writing to text thing? If that makes sense. No? Oh. That's weird. My writing is not neat. I understand my writing, but it is not neat. Well, you should understand it. You've been told you have girl handwriting? Oh, you should own that. Now when you write, like, love notes to your girlfriend or whatever, like, I could be like, oh, you have such nice writing. Oh dear. Ah! God damn it. I know, right? I had good handwriting until we learnt cursive as well. Cursive, everything out the door. It's not like I write like I don't know. I write. It's not terrible, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's pretty handwriting. Oh, this guy doesn't spawn anymore. But once I had a teacher in high school ask me if I needed a like a handwriter to write my essays during tests. Because she was like, I couldn't read your essay. And I was like, really? Is it really that bad? Are you sure? I kind of use cursive. I switch it up. Sometimes I use cursive, sometimes I write in block letters, sometimes it's print. Whatever I feel like in the moment. Sometimes it leans right, sometimes it's straight up, sometimes it leans left. I remember getting, hey Lucy, reading in like girly magazines, it will be like, what does your handwriting say about your personality? And I would be so confused with those like tests because I'd be like, well, what happens if it changes all the time? How old am I? Why is that the first question? I am 75 years old. Yeah. Now, god damn. Yeah, I can make my handwriting look nice if I'm trying. If I am writing notes for work, that's as messy as it can be. Hey, buddy. Oh, that's the time? Okay. So when he puts it in vertically, like here, you don't have time to get out. He's already leveled himself up. Here, okay. No, I'm dead. Oh, okay. Healing. Oh my god, I cannot understand Doctor's handwriting, that's for sure. Every time I get a script or like one of those referrals, I don't know how anyone understands them. Ooh, hello. Have no health anymore. Shouldn't have rolled twice there. Hello, I shouldn't have looked at chat. I got hit. I was not the time. Oh, I ran out of stamina. No. Yeah, I should have leveled up stamina as the last thing to level up. Ah, hello, Blitzer. These guys gonna stop respawning soon. Where is the enemy? They're clearly chasing after me. I've gotten so many of these at this point. Yeah, killing these guys isn't really giving me anything extra other than wasting my time. Quite honestly, they're just wasting my time. I shouldn't have healed there. Ow. There's another one behind me. It's a problem when you run out of stamina because you can't do anything after. You can't do anything for a while. You're a bit stuffed. Yeah, it won't stop coming and it won't stop coming. It does. I should have leveled up more. Endurance. I need a big endurance bar. I think this guy that comes down the stairs is gone. Come down! Ow. They clearly have the high ground. I think they would come down because they're bots. Ow. God damn it. Wah! Again! Ah! Taking my souls over here. Okay. I was thinking I was gonna level up again. I might. It's not the worst idea. Put 1 point in endurance. It can make a big difference. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Just... How are there more? I'm tired of this game and its bad boss fight. And it's 20 enemies all at once. Before the boss fight. Yeah, I think domination is like a... What do you call it? No, you failed this time. MOTD? Oh, this guy is no longer here, okay. Let's go level up my stamina. And we'll come back. Those dual wielding knights that teleport behind you. Dual wielding knights that teleport behind you. Oh, I can't remember! I'm sure they did. The ghost knights. I barely remember anything. I have to be there to remember. I think I got some rings too. Let me check. Oh, but I'm not using the life ring. This is raises stamina speed. This one limits HP reduction. Increases maximum load and strength. I see. I think I saw OTE say, like, asking people to queue it. Oh, I have enough. Okay, endurance. Where am I going? Oh, Iron Key. Man, I'm jealous. I want to play Domination. This part's not fun. Do I have better armor? No. I don't think I do anyway. How is this the one with the best stats? No one's significantly better, I wanna say. This one as well, actually. But this puts me in mid-roll, yeah. You would have to lose something. Nope. I don't know how much better that's gonna make me. I look so skinny. Oh dear. Have to be under 70, right. Ooh. Doing well, doing well, doing well. It's a new armor, you know? Yeah. This controller isn't doing that great. Ow! No, I haven't, I actually haven't updated it recently. Oh, he's not gonna come down. Oh, where did it come from? Oh, I'm gotta blame everything else but me. Bad controller, bad armor. This thing's not coming down. Oh, I'm yawning. I like how they only take 2 swipes, but yeah, it's a struggle. Just me healing up. Oh no. Ghost thing. Oh. Come on. I haven't blamed my weapon yet. I don't want to accept that the weapon is bad. I'm about ready to ban anyone who mentions Monster Hunter in my chat. Hi, Mexi. I haven't fought the boss in ages. Like, it really takes this long to get to the boss. Ah! Fell off. No, it was the 250. Yeah, I can see it. Because you can't just run past, you get stuck at the gate. Right? So you have to deal with them. And dealing with them is a pain because they run from the other side of the map. Like, there's no... The leashing doesn't work like normal here. Eventually they'll stop spawning. That's just what I'm banking on, to be honest. A black steel katana. Are they any good? What? Who is chasing me and why? Hello, boss. It's boss time. One swipe. Two swipes. One. Boop. I like how that drag can be with them. DJ, did you ever play Domination back when it was originally in Smite? Oh, it touched me. Oh. I remember I played it a few times. Am I ready? No! I thought I was out of range from that attack. Or I kind of forgot about it though. Oh, that's what we're meant to be ready for, a hot dance. I don't know what the dances are. I don't know what they are. That one's still here, yes. I don't get that one very often. Okay, keep walking. Are you saying what do I stream on the clock app or what I stream on the clock app? By 400%, yeah, man. I get the most viewers when I play Tekken. As of late. Dark Souls sometimes get a few people on. But often it's like a one-at-a-time thing. Yeah, but I don't shop at Kmart, and I don't work at Kmart. Why would I be ingenuous like that? What is that character doing? Yeah, a lot of people do come in and they're like, but this isn't taken. And I'm just like, yeah, well, you know. Yeah. See how effed you get when you run out of stamina? Ugh, far out! This run sucks. That's all I have to say. No, but it makes sense. Any game that you have, that you play, a lot of people are there for that one game you're playing. I feel like there's variety, but not that much variety. Yeah, this doesn't work. Oh. Yeah, I'm a routine variety gal. Oh. Oh wait, I don't think I uploaded my last Dark Souls stream to YouTube. Ow. I need to remember to do that. So many things to remember. Alright. Well, guess I'm just gonna have to leash them in one at a time still. Coming out. Waiting for that one guy. That was two of them. I think there's one of these that doesn't spawn anymore on the left here. Hi, do you have a story when people were walking in line and someone suddenly stopped walking and all the people bumped into each other? Yes and no, question mark? I feel like we spoke about this recently. Didn't we? This was a topic, like, a couple of streams ago. Ow. Where is this guy run down? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ooh! You know, I don't think the game suddenly got louder. I think I accidentally turned it up. Far out! I'm losing it. Hang on, let me write something down. Need to go to note taking. What the heck is she doing? Thanks, man. Slowly, they're not spawning one by one. We're never gonna get to this boss. This is gonna be the most barren area. You can have a note-taking emote. What do you reckon? Note-taking emote, Popkin emote. Oh, there's someone behind me. Why wasn't it enough? Alright. Write our notes. Checking it twice. Who kicked me? Yeah, I don't know how I did that actually. I thought I was doing a backstab. Oh my god, I did it again! What is the button to do the kicks? The sleeping emote is almost done. I just need to animate it. But it's been drawn, it's been flattened. Ooh, this guy's gone too. Is it really that many times? Okay. I'm stuck with these two guys. I feel like I have to deal with those two first. But then I'm worried the guy behind will get me. Worst spot in the game. Thanks, Chris Boss. I think it is a few people's least favorite, yeah. I'm almost clearing them out. They're not spawning anymore. I could barely get to the boss room. It doesn't let you. Missed it? It doesn't let me missed it. I'll give it a go. See? Okay, I missed it at that time. gosh. These slashes. The fact that you stand next to this boss and you get dot damage. Right on top of me. Do I play with the angelic sword? No, I'm playing with the claymore. I knew it started with a C, but it just eluded me. Yeah. I bought it in that area that was like white and had invisible people. Yeah. I don't know if I recommend the sword. Yeah, the person that was just the head. Congratulations on almost finishing Dark Souls 2 though. This area sucks so much. Demons? Oh, this guy? This guy's a demon, right? Maybe I can level up my weapon. I'm sure that'll help me out. Or I need more stem. The thing is, I like bigger weapons. I got some black katanas. Black steel katanas. Are they any good? What my favorite souls is? Like from Dark Souls? From Dark Souls? I think it was 3. My favorite souls alive is Lies of P. Why does that guy not have health? What's the point of picking that up? We have a million of them. I think it's Lies of P really got it. I know, it's beatable. So for context, I've quit this game twice before in the past. I didn't finish it because it was so unbearable. So now I'm trying to actually finish it. So I've actually done all of this before. What level is my weapon? It's an 8+. What's my strength? 40? Or is it 30? Can't remember if I put it to 40 or 30. It should be at 60. Yeah, well, I got endurance to level up. No, I never beat this game. I was close to finishing it. I quit later on. I don't know exactly whereabouts. It was in a swamp. What level am I? What level am I? 107. Shrine of Amana. Yes, I keep forgetting. Is it harder or just BS? For sure. Is it really difficulty? Or are they just throwing things at you? I feel like me replaying this game from the start to finish doesn't mean we're the same people, well. Oh dear. More unfair? Yeah. Shrine of stupid bullshit, mate. What's this, a shrine of? You definitely should have stayed in domination. I have avoided conquest in regular smite for ages lately. In this area alone, it's been 20, I think. I got 20. This area sucks. Like, what am I meant to do? Okay, keep running. What's my soul memory at the moment? What does that mean? Soul memory. Is that a term? Total soul. Oh. How do I check? I made it through. I'll look through in a moment. After this. You know. After I get rid of this boss. I killed my stamina. Why did I kill my stamina? No! I killed the rotten, did I? What do you mean this whole area is optional? What do you mean? Top right? Is that the number that you're looking for? The 937,000? Yeah, I've done the whole. Oh, really? Or collect 1 million... What? I didn't know this. This last... The Lord doesn't seem hard. This bit's in. Like, now I can get in because I think I've killed enough of the enemies. I'm not mad at this boss, obviously. Ow. I need to stop rolling. Shouldn't have healed there. I didn't think it was gonna hit me. I didn't know that was a thing. If you got enough, we can just skip the bosses. But the bosses, like, is always the bit that I prefer. The rotten over and over again. Oh. Is that like a speedrun strat? No? Oh, okay. Let me through! Game in there. Yeah. Let me grab this. Is it cheating if it's in the game? Oh, speedrunners just jump over the gate. What gate? I dodged. I dodged. I rolled. Oh. I don't know where that gate is. I feel so disappointed in this game. Oh. Is there a trick to this boss? Any tricks? Don't get hit. Yeah. I knew someone was gonna say that. Why do I even ask? Oh, okay. God damn it. Roll too early. I'll get there. It's all about timing. Let me in. This is a boss that would be good to be ranged for. Because you take damage just from being near him. So is this meant to be a giant? No, it's a demon. Why does he not have a face? Oh wait, he's gonna do a... Gonna do a thing. Sorry, I forgot. I do, I stay locked on. Should I not be doing that? Oh. Yeah, I normally play locked on. Depends on the enemy. If they're too large, then I don't play locked on. Oh, I'm not facing them. That hit me, apparently. Stamina. Almost did, but I didn't. Can you believe this guy is still ready to shoot me? Safe. Okay, safe. Safety. Ooh. Whew, alright. We did it! There we go. He calls down, are you sure?
Seek so, seek thick, lest this land swallow.
Oh, I still need more Titanite chunks. What the hell? Really?
Don't waste my time.
You've been well. No interest. Suit yourself.
No Titanite chunks anywhere. How have I not found any? In all this time. Cheeky surprise? No, she sells the smaller ones. Chica Bazungas does not sell them. I think she does, but you gotta do something for it. I'm not quite sure. Alright, so we have a chest here. Alright, what's a surprise? Oh wait, we've been here, haven't we? How do we have to deal with more of these? Do we have another? Oh my god, don't tell me you have another pursuer. How dare I? Woo! I was like, oh no, it's gonna break the floor, and then I rolled off. Oh no! God damn it. Oh, he ran. How the heck am I meant to do this? Really? Why do they choose to be a turtle? Yeah, there's a Ferrous Lockstone. Who knows what this does? Yeah. Bye, I guess. I vaguely remember this area. I don't know. What to do about it? About the area in general. There's so many contraptions and I don't really like it. Oh, it fell. That's nice. Why did it only fall after I stood on it? Is this one gonna fall? This game sucks. I don't think anyone disagrees. Anyone except for Dez. Oh, okay. A fog hallway. A foggy, foggy hallway. Maybe you do need that. Oh, this is an item to pick up. Oh! What? Oh! What's going on? I can't walk on the lava. Ooh. Close. Oh, that hallway. I see. Give everything a skip. Ow. This has been fun. Okay, you need to stop running there and deal with the corridor. It was too high-pitched for the mic. Hey, but how's it going in there? Oh, was it really that loud? I'm sorry. It's terrible. It's been terrible. That's how it's been going. Yeah. Yeah, really glad I did that boss. Wait, what terribleness have I inflicted? Ignoring that guy. Yeah, pick up this item. I was gonna pick up the item. No, was a conquest game that bad, DJ? Should've, yeah. Should have stuck to domination. Dude, this freaking. I got invaded by Dark Spirit. That's fun. Do you think you would play Smite 2 when it's out? I do wonder what this item is. I want to know. Oh, it's a large soul. That's useful. Okay. Another large soul. Alright, keep running. It is just conquest at the moment, yeah. It'll probably be like that for a while. Alright, we gotta deal with this guy. No, if I'm not being chased, so I am being chased. Well, that's not fair. Why does this game make you kill everything in your way? Are you calling me a baby? Do I feel like quitting? Yes, I do. But we are never gonna give up. You're so free after the fog door. You're not. It's a corridor to do. To deal with. I'm happier when I hand my weapon. What is that? What are you trying to say? I'm happier when I'm oblivious. Does this game have a jump? Yeah, it does. This save file getting mysteriously deleted would be a pain. Six. I feel like I am wasting my time trying to and just getting rid of everything instead. This guy's gonna stop spawning soon. Well, this area just sucks a lot. Like, they run from so far away. I don't know why enemy aggression is so high. Cool. Cool, cool. Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, I can run, but how many times has it worked for me? Ah! I just don't like how there's lava everywhere. This is infuriating. I have the time of my... Get me up, man. These turtle mans. Rough. Oh, I've been tensing my back. I'm trying to untense. About the staircase? What staircase? To my left. What's up there, by the way? Does that thing ever come back up? No. Why not? Can you... Is that a jump you can do? Or do I have to do it from the other side? No? Oh my god. Oh, you need to pull the lever to get there, okay. That is really weird. How did they know my name? Look! Ugh! The jump didn't go off. Just like this mechanics so much. I just don't know how I'm gonna get through it. Oh my god, I'm out of facts. Leave the first turtle. Okay. We leave the first turtle. Well, what about the rest of the freaking game? The turtle still chases me. Okay, he fell. You can. Why does this guy have to walk this way? Oh my god, that's where the fire is! Look how many enemies are behind you! What the hell? I am not having fun. I do not remember this being the frustrating bit. Put it back up again? Alright, let's try. Why are you only telling me that now? I've died to these guys like 20 times. Ow. You son of a fuck. Ugh. Useful backseating allowed. Ugh. What does he want from me? Why the frick isn't it hitting? Hey, Chung boy. Oh my gosh. I had no stamina. I couldn't kill him. What do you want from me? No, I gotta kill the turtle. Okay. Oh, it's a whole level. Keep running! Grrr! I didn't even heal. I use a life gem. Well, by me running and healing is one of the ways that I always die. Why isn't it falling? Nope. Okay, it fell. Oh, dear Lord. One is down the stairs, one is to your left, up top. Right. One is down the stairs, one is to the left up top. Oh, I see. There are 2 turtles in the corridor. Really? I shouldn't have attacked. This guy has so much poise. Why did I roll? Alrighty. I want to... I know why I died there. You don't need to tell me. I had queued up a roll after me getting up, and that was to my detriment. What the hell? Oh. Okay. Yeah, not easy to pull that one off. At the back left. This guy? This is somehow harder than the first half of Iron Cube. I don't know how they've done it. Ah, damn it. I skipped over it. Okay. Cool. Cool again. It's actually so difficult. How is this guy still here? I'm a softball? What does that mean? Oh, right, because I'm getting battered. Yeah. Like a softball. Oh my god, Lorraine. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm not a happy chap today. This game has been insanely difficult tonight. And welcome everyone. Maybe if I bring them here. As opposed to yesterday. I was so confused. I was just sitting there on my phone on Twitter and I got a raid. Thank you so much for the raid though. Are you kidding me? This area has been like driving me up the wall. It is so hard. Ugh. Hey, that guy doesn't spawn anymore. That's nice. Next will be this one. It literally has to be calculated the whole way through. Either that or you... Oh my gosh. And kill these guys enough so that they don't spawn again. Alright, see you later. Doesn't this one fall? I guess it doesn't. I thought that one in the corner falls. Maybe that one falls. I don't know what to do with that. I don't heal. Well, no. Healing takes 1,000,000 years. Alright, we're not ready for this. Alright, we're running. Okay, now I have everyone after me. Yeah, I'll heal my tiny little bit of health I have. I'll take this back, thanks. Oh. Okay, one to the left. One to the right. The one from the right has shown up. Alright, that guy's also shown up. Yeah. Alright. One swipe. Two swipe. Three swipe. Oh my gosh. Semi-safe? Are you kidding me? You're joking. What is this bullshit? Ah! I know. On the left side? Okay. Oh, and spikes too. A ladder. I don't see a way out. Look for ladder. Look for ladder. Look for ladder. There's a way out that way? Down. Ah! I didn't know there was another one! Wait, what? There's a ladder. Oh my god, there's a ladder. I didn't see the ladder. I was looking for one. It blended in. Oh my god. Okay, I'm here now. Oh, another ladder. I make you so mad. I didn't think there was a ladder. Hallelujah. I understand that you said ladder and I saw stairs and I went the stairs way, but in fairness, I didn't see the ladder. Gone. Invisible. Not there.
Bearer of seek the lest this.
Okay, well, I had one for endurance. Behind that turtle? Great. Let's go. I saw a lever here. Lovely. I'm so glad the turtles can't climb. Oh, down there. Yeah. Yeah. I remember the spot. I should have bought some light That's fine. What the hell? Another demon, is it? Hmm. What was that about first try? Alrighty. You know why I keep jumping back? My controller's finally dying. Oh, I can pick that up now. Oh wait, wrong guy. Wrong guy! Oh. Hey, Justin. What do you mean, how have I killed another controller? Have you seen the game that I'm playing? Have you seen the games that I play? They don't make these with Hall effects. They make these with controllers that are designed to replace. They're like, yeah, you know what? We don't believe in electronics lasting a long time because we want you to buy more. Wrong way, this way. Wouldn't Xbox controllers have the same issue? I wouldn't mind, like, do they still sell those basic ones for the PC? That might work. I don't know if that works for Tekken. Hey, Patrick. Be less rough. I'm not being rough. What the hell? Oh. Okay, and it keeps going. Oh, and it keeps going. Oh, okay. I see a problem there. There's a wall? The wall doesn't matter. I'm kidding. It's a laser though. But there's a wall! A brick wall! Back through the elevator? What elevator? I don't understand this boss yet. Okay. I kind of do understand it, but I don't, you know? You almost reached Mighty Ruler today on Elisa. Nice. Good job. One day I'll be there. Oh my gosh. Am I halfway through the game? Yeah. What a terrible boss. What a terrible game. So, what am I meant to do with these fireballs? I know the big teleported swinging arms mean it's gonna try and hit me. I know. What do you mean at which point? First always goes left to right. Stand right. Okay. Stand right. Oh, fire always goes left to right. Stand right? Okay. Stand to the right. What if it just shoots it in my face, though? Can you dodge the fire? It's been a horrible night. You can dodge the fire, okay. I know, it does. I did level up the frames, so it's normal to, it's a quote-unquote normal roll. Eventually this guy will stop spawning, so... And there looks to be a gap. Maybe? Oh, was it 12 times? Thought it might have been more than 10. There's a gap there. Already got duped by that gap. Oh no. Hey, Germania. We got raided by Lorraine. Oh no, what's happening? Okay. Big slam. We heal. Oh! God damn it. Oh, I try to hit dodge. That's why you get a long sword. Yeah! Alright, we got him. What's in here? Do I keep going down? Is it like another first fire thing? Whatever I do, don't explode any bonfires. What does that mean? Don't explode any bonfires. Why is there so many? Oh, don't use bonfire aesthetics. Right. I don't even know how to do those. So I can touch this bonfire. I'm not going to explode it. Ah! What the fuck? Pretty. No! What's the point of helping me? You told me not to do that. What do you mean? I hate you. It's safe. What do you mean? It's been bonfire mimics this whole time? Are they trolling me right now? You know what's funny? I've played this game before and I forgot everything. Oh my god. Okay. What did I do last time? Oh god. What's the answer on this? He's not in the original? Oh! I see. Oh, I played the original the first time round. Inherit. Which one do I do? I always pick the wrong one. Apparently.
Very few indeed have come even this far.
It doesn't matter, both options are probably terrible. I know it's far from over.
Have you what it takes? Truly.
No. Seek after Vendrick. Okay.
He who almost became a true monk. The Vendrick,
I do have human effigies. I just can't be bothered to deal with them.
fledgling hollow,
Especially in Iron Keep.
again.
Oh, okay, goodbye. Far out, that was terrifying. This is the DLC thing, right? None of that. This just felt like such a long night. Iron Keep was terrible. I keep dying again and again and again and again and again. Alright. Yeah, I should burn some. See what I have. I feel like my character's already huge. I should trade in those petrified things. Oh, I don't know to trade them in for.
Seek, lest this land.
It's getting more and more expensive to level up. In the beginning of the cruise. Oh! Right, yeah, I know what you mean. I see. I thought they wanted something smooth and shiny. Alright. Drangelic Castle. To be fair, kind of committed to this weapon. I'm not 100% happy with that. Oh, it is smooth and silky for them. Right, I wouldn't consider. Okay, is it at the top? Am I meant to go? Wait, I don't have to walk there, I can teleport there. Right? Where would it be? Was it here? In the shaded woods? This is what I remember. Bonfire before the shaded woods. Oh, I don't remember what that one is, to be honest. Yeah, this one. A forked one? Did I pick the right one? One goes to Hippo Man. The ruined forked road. That's the one. Okay. So we went down the right side. Now we don't have to do the right side. Which one's ours? Is that this way or the other way? Now. Soldiers equals right way. Okay. These are soldiers. The other way was like the... I don't know what they are, to be honest. The poison guys, right? Alright, I'll point out in the first place I quit because it was somewhere around here. I think, unless it was the other fork. Isn't it hilarious last time you were at the forked road, you were like, yes, the funky door. Mm-hmm. Oh, hello. You're not a soldier. What the hell? We got more of these things? I thought it was one of those... You know those ghosts you see in Souls games? What if we make them enemies? I thought it was stabbing the thing I just got. Sorry if I'm not being more receptive. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Doing well. Guess we just have shield now. I hate those guys because you can't aim at them. What the hell? Is that another one? Or is that... See what I mean? That one's an actual ghost. It's actually so confusing. I hate it. Okay, we'll go up this way, I guess. I remember you. Do you remember? I remember this wall. DLC. Keep walking. Hey, get rid of these guys. This looks like a great game. Yep, highly recommend. It'll bring joy to anyone who plays it. It's not. No. I hate this game so much. It's infuriating. Yeah, how do you get this one? Oh, wait. Anyway, I thought I had to be up there. What comes through this corridor? Honestly, this dark, dark corridor. There's so many traps. So many enemies that it just throws at you. Like multiple enemies at one time. Oh yeah, I remember you guys. What's the thing? Is that thing an enemy behind me, or is it just another thingy ghost? An amazing world. It's an amazing world. That's a great way to put it. Oh gosh. I can never get these because of the weapon I'm using. Seriously? Oh, she's here.
This castle is isolated. But nonetheless, you must forge on.
Alright, this is the bridge where I first quit the first time. This is the one. Here. I was like, you know what? I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. Especially after Iron Keep. Because it was like, you had to go through this whole area to get to here. And yeah, these things, right? are huge. But it's not just these two, is it? Oh my gosh. Because it's just 30% HP. I will get back to this in no time, don't you worry. Okay, I know you're thinking about why am I not two-handing, and I only just thought about it now, as I was, yeah. I am trying to go slow. How is there not a closer bonfire? She R2, you poke them with one hand. Oh. How dare you? Is it this way? Where is this way? Can people stop blocking the way? Extra chance with a gem lizard. We're gonna see that gem lizard multiple times, don't you worry. Like I said, this was the area that I quit. Which means this whole area infuriated me. Running all through this. Just to get to that goddamn bridge. I'm gonna assume they stopped chasing me in here. Backseating's allowed, but I feel like I'm allowed to be snarky. No? Where does that other guy come from, honestly? Maybe if I had a chunk? If I had a titanite chunk? Hey, mans. Oh my god, give me a titanite chunk. I bet you this is why I don't have titanite chunks. How do I not get it? What is it? How do I not hit the floor? I think you rolling two-handed R2 is also a stab. Right. It's a lot of stamina though to roll into R2. Ow. Ah, stamina. Is my hair different? Why is everyone asking about my hair today? I didn't do anything to it. It's like normal. Did I wash it? No, actually. Today was not my washing day. No. I don't know. I actually don't know. I brought it all to the front. I normally do that though. That's the thing. I don't know what it is that I've done. I know that the hair part might be slightly moved, but that's it. Other than that, I did nothing to it. Maybe it just finally like grew long enough for it to look different. Black in the top. That would be the lighting though. Oh my god, I forgot about these things. Hang on, my nose is itchy. Yeah, I have no hair plans. It looks like he's got extensions in. It's just been growing. I haven't had a haircut in so long. I want a haircut, but I want my mum to cut my hair, but I haven't been to a house where it wasn't an event. Oh my gosh. Been on a long walk. What if they got Kanye West? Isn't Kanye West like gone? Isn't he just not gone, but is he not? Is wait, I think he is still making music. People aren't cool with Kanye West anymore. Is what I'm trying to say. Really? I didn't hear about that. Like weeks ago. Okay. Interesting. I don't think you can run past the elephants, that is. I don't know. I don't know what the general consensus of Kanye West is, but I thought people just didn't like him. But maybe it's like fans of him still likes him, and everyone else is just like, nah, he's weird. The reason why I think my controller's on the way out is because my right stick on my controller feels so different to the left stick. The left stick feels crunchy, is the best way to put it. The right stick, smooth as butter. Okay. No! Why does it run so fast? Nothing sucks. Yeah, but for the PC, I'm using my PlayStation 4 one. My PC can't handle the PlayStation 5 controller very well because it requires so much power. Half the time it doesn't even register that it's connected. What the hell? I am stuck in a hole. Get me out of here! So, I know we said slow, and that was not slow. I just wish I could just teleport to them so I don't have to run through the entire city. Is it? Is rolling to the right a better idea? I just wasn't ready. There's this thing with run backs like this where you kind of forget what you're running back to. I don't know, that sounds like a bogus sentence, but it's how I feel to me. It feels like I'm taking forever to run back, that I forget what I'm even there for. And then there I am, talking about my controller being crunchy when I need to be fighting these elephants. Fight these three guys. Where's the third? Oh, there he is. Okay, the elephants. Oh, this is what distracts me. The little turtle thing. Okay, you know what it is? It suddenly shoots up there and then I can't... Oh. Can't tell me that's fair. Alright, to roll down this time. There was a third hit. It's been a very, very bad Dark Souls 2 night. I think the first time I played this, I was like, okay, it's okay, I can make it through. And when I got to here, lost it. I lost the plot. Yep. Think about all the other horrible areas you conquered this time. You really need a mind of steel for this. Right. Sorry, I'm picking up some leggings. How's DS2 going? Amazing. Best game in the world. Why? It's right there! Urgh! Throw bombs. I have to equip them. How do I equip? Equipping is hard. No, I missed. How much did that do? Nothing. I don't know if the bombs are what I need, honestly. Back to where the green lady is. What does leading him back to the green lady do? Oh, right. I get what you mean. Just don't. It's because there's two of them, you know? I keep being worried that they're gonna hurt the green ladies. No, you need the green lady to level up. They have fun looking swords. Aha! Finally. Yeah, chunk. We can level up our sword. Finally. Sign. This is the run set. Is that how the signs work? I should keep running. Right. Ah, there's a third hit. Whew! Alright! I've been done. It was the run. Maybe that was a sign. Hold on, guys. This is where I quit. Isn't there like another elephant over here? There's no more bonfires? You have to feed big bowl souls by killing so they open the door. What? Oh. Guys. This is the part where I've actually quit. Nothing in the game tells you. Yeah, that's nice. Do I have to be right next to it? Oh, seriously? I have to be right next to it? Ah, god damn it. I'm overthinking it. No, I'm not. The game is garbage. Overthinking it. Can't even tell if it's doing it. Why do I have to be right next to a bowl? Ugh. The other bowl? Right. The game does not tell you this. Like, I'm right next to it. Oh wait, did it work? That explains it. I vaguely remember you just getting hit the moment you walk in.
Who are you? And by whose permission do you stand before me? This castle is the domain of King Vendrick. Is your trespass intentional?
So, that bridge was 100% where I quit.
Where has she gone?
So chances are, no one explained to me the mechanic. And I was just killing things for like forever, and I didn't get it.
You are a guest of our castle.
And the game doesn't tell you either.
Do you seek an audience with my lord, King Vendrick?
I feel like killing things
His Highness,
to fill up the things,
my lord,
whatever they were, fill up the bowls, is fair as a mechanic, but why would you have to stand right next to them? Yeah, like why would you have to stand right next to them for it to work?
My lord made magnificent findings.
It should just be in the general vicinity.
An accomplishment for the ages. He vanquished 4 great ones and built this kingdom upon their souls. Our king has watched over this land since ages long ago.
Good night, DJ.
King Vendrick, we must fight back, or the giants will take Drangleic. The king had a dear queen, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Long ago, the queen came to us, alone, from a faraway land. She warned our lord of the looming threat across the seas, of the giants. The king crossed the ocean.
Very
defeated
interesting.
the giants, with the queen at his side. The king commandeered their power and created the golems. With the golems, the king created this castle to celebrate victory and to show his love, his gratitude to his queen. The queen brought peace
Nope.
to this
Sorry.
land and to her king.
Moving things around.
So deep,
He's starting to put me to sleep.
it was like the dark.
Okay.
Is this some sort of a dream?
I don't know. Isn't it?
What has happened to our castle?
They are talking a lot, and I don't know.
Who are you?
Oh, he's
By
repeated
whose
himself.
permission do you stand before me?
Is he like an echo or something?
Welcome, visitor. Our guests are treated with honor. This is the way of our castle.
Oh.
Tell me if you should require.
He called me a trustmaster before. Buy item. A Flameberg.
My lord made magnificent findings on souls. He vanquished 4 great. Our king has what? King Vendrick. Gone so soon. Be safe on your travels.
Okay, so bonfires to the right. Or forward is to the right. I remember there were things here. Here's one. Yeah, these things. Wait, is it off the stairs? Yeah. What a troll. Dude, the bonfire's still not here? Bonfire, oh, right. Doesn't look right. Why did it have the door open and then suddenly there's no door? Which one of these are, I am breathing! I just feel like I'm gonna get duped from the back. No. Right. Wait, right here? Oh my god, this area sucks. Here? Here for what? Oh my god, it's here, okay. Finally! Ooh! Hey! Here! Do I have any, no I don't. This game... Trying my best. Okay, finally we can reinforce. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Oh, that's to its limit.
If you make it back.
And leveled the sword up to its limit? God damn, is that it? I guess you just keep leveling up strength now. This guy is still not giving me anything good. Oh wait. No, there's more stuff here. Smelter demon helm. These look heavy.
Always open for business.
How heavy is my current outfit? 14. Yes. What is the blue numbers? And it's 147. Oh, that's a lot lower. I
Always
don't
open
know,
for
is it
business.
scaling? I just don't know how you know if armor is good. It's so hard to compare. Like, was that other one, that blue one that I looked at, is that any good or is that just average? Because... No, it's not, because the base numbers were lower. Okay. Probably should just get more.
Thank you, kind.
Okay. This castle. I vaguely remember this room. Hey. This is the room that I was thinking of. I was trying to explain it the other day. Am I meant to just kill a couple of doors? Is that a sentry? Is this what you mean? Wheelhead. Okay. Head required. Or like my head. Oh, so key for DLC. Wow. So nothing I need. Dude, this area sucks. They're like everywhere. But this game is like, oh, but you don't know which one. Oh. We're not walking in that. Yeah, spooky faces. What is this room? Okay, we leave. No curses. Am I meant to go into the next room? Ah! Okay, we don't touch the chest. We just don't. Two of them at once? Are you joking? That did nothing. Oh, I have a lightning sword. Imagine. What if the chest has loot in it? No, no. No, no, no. Oh, this guy as well. Oh, they're backstabbable. Woman. That painting does crazy? What do you mean? Does it move? It curses when you stand too close? Oh. Great. Doorway. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm making it. We're struggling, but we're making it. No, I remember this area. Yeah. I remember coming back here when I went to play this game the second time. There are a few hidden rooms. Oh, woman. I'm meant to talk to a woman. This game is kind of dark and gloomy. This game is horrible. I've been having a horrible time today. Beanpole ahead. Women ahead, therefore visions of liar. That sounds mean.
You have fought admirably on your journey, cursed undead.
Oh, I talk from here.
I am Nashandra, Queen of Dranglake. A true monarch carries the weight of their souls. The last
Why is she so
king of this
big?
land, King Vendrick, as he was called. He found the strength to rule his people, and when the undead were born, cursed, he found more strength to face them. But in the end, he never took the true throne. Visit Vendrick. We have no need for two rulers.
Yeah, she's not a fan of him, huh? Is that it? Oh, she's got to say. There is... a hidden bonfire somewhere. Just can't remember where. I swear there is, unless it's not this boss. I'm not crazy. I know I found one. Because I remember being so smug that I found it. It's immediately after. Is there two bosses in this area? Wait, here. Maybe. Unless it's the other boss. Maybe. Frickin' told you. The one thing I remembered. Told you. I remember this because I remember thinking there's no way this boss is so far. And then I went frantically looking around for a secret wall and I found one. And like, no one had to tell me anything. I found it. I told you! I still remembered it. Alright. I'll tell you. I'm just gonna buy some of these. Before I do boss. No. I'm allowed to be correct one time. This was so many years ago. Maybe you just buy an item for this guy. Maybe one day he'll sell me something good. No. I didn't say that. Free Leap said that.
I'm glad. Thanks very much. Do come again.
That is literally the only thing that I remember guide-wise. I remember being so shocked.
Thank you, kind.
Oh good, let's go. I know, I still have to make it through Amana. That's where I really lost it. I don't know what happens. What's down here, actually? I got a handle on that one bonfire. Yeah, I'm sorted. If anyone needs help with Dark Souls 2, I know where that one bonfire is. hell are those things? Wait, why would I go completely down? There's a boss to do. I don't think there's anywhere else to go here. Apart from the cursed armor broken water. The yellow pain. I vaguely remember having to go through that, yeah. I don't remember having issues with this boss, to be fair. Let's see. Oh, there's two of them. Maybe I did. Ah, there's the other one. He'll probably come down halfway. Yep, there it is. This is Ornstein and Smog, except just Ornstein and Ornstein. Actually, I can't remember. It would have been Smog and Smog. Oh dear. Oh dear. The most memorable, I like how it's not memorable to you, but it was memorable to me because it was the first boss I did, coming back to this game after I quit the first time, and then I found this thing. I was like, wow, look at me go. I'll for sure finish the game this time. The archer one? Oh, the second one that comes down? I probably only need to hit them 5 times in general. But I can still get wrong. Oh, you know, getting those 400 souls were important. Oh, that archer. Yes. Okay, he's weak. I thought they were pretty much the same. Bruh. Oh, he is weak. My goodness me. It's like 4 hits. Hang on, I'm trying to run out. So I can heal. Here we go. Oh, I hit his, oh no, I didn't. I really thought this was gonna be the king. It is not the king here. Oh, he does have a bonfire right afterwards. And not a guy. It was helpful backseating. Thanks for helpful backseating. We love helpful backseating. It's my second. I quit the first time. I didn't finish it. So kinda, yeah. No, I quit the first one, I did. It was horrible. I hated the game. I still hate it.
Seek, lest this.
Yeah, I've played the others. The others. Oh my god, it's so expensive now. Okay, spend all your money. My money. There are some new games I should play though. A couple of Souls-likes that have released that I haven't touched yet. How heavy is that? 9. These are so heavy. How is this going to be useful to me? The Ronin one? Yeah.
Do come again.
I'll probably look at it. And so it's the same developers as Nioh, and also Wolong, which has mixed reviews. And I think Ronin, again, has mixed reviews again. So I'll look into it. You don't like SMT? Wait, what's SMT? Hey, Galaxy. You've platinumed all the FromSoft games. Really? Nice. It's pretty dope. Okay. Like, I liked Nioh, so I think I might like them as well. And I'll probably look into getting them at some point.
Thank you kindly.
You said you did a best watchers. Wait. I have to Google this. I have to alt tab. Oh, you're talking to older. Oh, okay, sorry. No, I'm on the PC. And I have a PlayStation 5. So, PC or PlayStation 5. But my PC isn't very good currently. It's a little outdated. If it's on the PlayStation, I usually get things on the PlayStation. Well, I'm just gonna buy some stuff up. What's Abyss Watches? Well, I already had that. Yeah, cool.
Thanks very much. Do come again.
This area is so loud. This area was so loud for a moment. The last game I played was Liza P. That was really good. 10 out of 10. Key, try ladder. Try tapping inside, and then Visions of Rio. Are we talking about this guy? Wait, isn't this the guy that was in front of that other area? I remember his sword.
I journeyed from the distant east to perfect my swordsmanship. The legend has it that powerful beings
You played it 3 times? Wow. I think it was probably my favorite.
speed of my
It was just done so well, and I like that kind of play style.
can wield it true. I may face any man or beast, but none shall be a match for my sword.
It's like, I really like the parry and the attack system more than, like, the attack and dodge. It just feels better to me.
It's the right mess, eh? King's gone. The people of our
Just, thank you so much for the raid. Wait, you get his sword if you do his quest? Doesn't that mean... Did you kill him?
no better place to test my sword, eh?
Does he just give you his sword?
This land is a right mess, eh? King's gone. The people of our... The land itself is no better place.
Okay. Hughes is fake. Oh, okay. I see. How are we? We're good. How was your stream? What were you playing? Yeah. No. Yeah, that's a gate. Okay. Not here. Helldivers 2. Nice. Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I know a lot of people have. I've just been busy playing other game. I figured I'm just never gonna get around to it. Beanpole. This is what people meant about the beanpole, huh? Oh, there's a lever? Can I not? I can't pull the lever? Oh, maybe it's an elevator. That one's locked. I was like, what are you guys talking about? And it's a Helldivers 2 thing. Yeah, it's the long ladder. Okay. Why is nothing open here? Oh wait, this thing is open. Try attacking. No. Damn it. Faint mannequins in that room with the ball. Oh, one of these. Okay, I see. Ooh, what the hell? Huh? Man, this game sucks. Why? This game and they're ghosts, actually. The best way I would put it. See you later, thank you again for the raid. Alright, now what does he do? Have you played any of the Remnant? No, I haven't. I was a bit unsure with the shooter component. I felt like it's not the vibe I'm going for. Oh, now it calms down, I see. That's a really long elevator. No, what is the way forward now? Looking at Glass Knight? Maybe. I don't know. Probably. It's because I've done the two. What the frick? Oh my lord, this game sucks. Why is the horse here? I don't care about the yeah. I don't care about the boxes too much. Why do they give you back? Like, why is a boss back, you know? Unless I ask. Half the time, I don't even open the chest. Does it? Okay, I was wondering if it dies forever. Ooh. You get me. Roll to the side! I am stuck. No, we're gonna get kicked. Grr! You can't stop it! You're stuck in the freaking Estus Flask BS. Wait, do I want to go here? Yeah, no we don't. Do not discuss, please. I don't know what I was trying to do. Oh my gosh. I don't understand this elevator enough. Now I have to go back and fight this horse. Stupid horse. Yeah. Open this. Weird, wall people. Here's the guy that was in the room. There's two of them. Horse! Oh my lord. I have the window open too. I bet my neighbors can hear me. There's been so many times in this game that it's just driven me insane. Where's this horse? Here it is. I am stuck. Dude, it wasn't even hard. What was the challenge the first time, honestly? Holy hell. Let's open up something. I don't know the best way to go, actually. Up or down? I feel like the horse was guarding something. There is a door, several of them. Place is big. Don't like that room. I don't like those ladies. Try left and then up. Oh, there's a little ladder here. Oh, okay. Yeah, man. A gargoyle's alive, right? Is that? No, that door's not openable. Oh, damn. Do it. I don't think we've versed one of these before. They look like the Black Knights from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, I thought that was a boss. Oh, a boss, an enemy. I assume this is one of those gargoyles from that optional boss that I didn't do. Oh my god. Why does it breathe fire? It's a gargoyle. And then what? I'm like on this ledge. You're still near. Can you jump down here? Oh. I know where we are. God damn it. Back here. I guess we might leave it there. Not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna quit tonight. But just for the night. Like, but there was a point, like at about 10, I was thinking, I really don't want to play this. This Iron Keep, my goodness. No, the end is no. It was just painful. And it's like, I get that I kept dying to stupid stuff, like falling off ledges and things, but you get really impatient and annoyed that that just happens more and more because you're becoming less and less careful the more you stuff up. We did have a lot of progress, actually. The fact that I got stuck on that bridge, and that's where I quit the first time, but I got through it fine today. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Helps that I'm OP. Oh my god, he is spreading his legs.
Sorry, have we met? Oh, sorry.
Have we met?
It's just I've been awfully busy lately. Care to look over my wares? Please, I upgraded my stock recently,
Oh.
though it may be a bit out of your reach.
Oh my gosh, you're so rude. What the hell? Wow. Okay, what do we have now that's good? It still looks the same, but somehow it's longer. This one looks different, actually. Is it? Frustration and fatigue causes more mistakes. Yeah. And I know it. I know that. And I was feeling it. It's like... And everyone's kind of experienced this. When you're stuck at a boss or something in a game, you can go at it for ages. And then, you know, you go to sleep. The next day, you get it first go. That happened to me so many times. And it really is just that, like, frustration just makes you stuff up more and more. And I remember just thinking, like, oh, I can't believe that I got it first go. Oh my gosh. You know, the next day. But I think it's just that psychology thing. You know, I'm glad he's upgraded his wares, but it's like... I swear it's the same item. At the moment I'm using... But he's been busy, you know? The stuff that has the highest stats is this, this stuff, actually. Everything else is lower than what I currently have, I think.
Are you sure?
You may sell out while you're away. This is so troll. Man, I went in there to level him up, so I guess he's leveled up to max now. Dude, I have so many of these. Surely there's a better helmet. I have to be under... 70, was it? You... Oh, really? Okay. Walk off the cliff. I guess I can just fall down the hole. Oh, but what if I don't fall down all the way? Let's see if he will give me a freebie. I guess that counts. I guess it does. Alright, let's go chat with him.
You need armor? Go ahead.
He didn't give me anything.
In a spot of... Here. Take
Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh.
I don't need to go home. Home.
This guy's dialogue is
I'll
insane.
while you're away.
He just gave me a full set. Auroras. Armor of Auroras. Oh, it's invisible armor. Oh my god. You can have invisible armor. Here, wear nothing. I swear seen this before. I don't know if it was this game though. He gave me the illusion of an outfit. That's actually so troll. At least it's really light. It's funny. And here I am using the heaviest stuff possible. If I can. It is like, I use like the heaviest tunic and then, I don't know, I push it with everything else and I don't know if that's how things should work, to be honest. I don't remember what I had before. That puts me under... Okay, we're gonna go for something mid. Yep, no, we're heavy rolling. Under 70 was it? It's so hard to tell. I don't know, how do I know what my weight limit is? Like before I heavy roll. Here we go. Well, at least I have actual pants now. I reckon this looks kind of cute.
Thank you kindly.
We're just spamming the life gems. Alright. See you later, guys. Thanks for watching.